Okay, let's see what malleable souls are worth. I was also brushing up on how some of the other mods I have installed work. Aha. So I think this mod is functionally dead. Soul Shard the old ways. There's no more reference to what that structure is supposed to look like. Hmm. And again, there might be. There are two such structures. I'm hoping the cheaper one works, because the other one involves endstone, which is kind of out of my reach. So if this works, I'll get a soul shard, and it will be the first step toward creating my own monster spawner. If it doesn't work, then soul shards is going to be off the table until after the end, at which point it will no longer be useful. And then we right-click the glowstone with a diamond, and it worked. Excellent. I was hoping that version would work. So what did I just do? Well, this soul shard, the first time I kill any entity with this on my hotbar, the soul shard will be keyed to that entity. And then I have to continue killing that specific entity again and again to fill it. And at a maximum of 1024 kills, it becomes a tier 5 soul shard. Then we put it in a soul cage, and it becomes a custom monster spawn. The way to alleviate some of the tedium of that is to specifically use a vile sword, which can accept a specific enchantment which effectively multiplies the kill count. This involves a lot of corrupted ingots, which involves vile dust and corrupted essence. Vile dust is what happens when you put soul sand in the furnace, and corrupted essence is obsidian, redstone, lapis, so that's kind of pricey. Anyway, we have this in our pocket for later use. Right now, let's have a look at our soul stock. Only only 4 vanilla villagers. They need to do some repopulating in the Chamber of Doors. The pig villagers, we still have 3 because they can't do their own harvesting yet. And our soul stock includes 5 wise souls. I'm going to want more of those before I start transmuting more pigs. But the major question is, what does the malleable soul do? Well, we have a whole new heading here on the main page, golems. So that's a hint. Starting from the top, souls. We've been through most of these. Intangibility is a new header. Types of soul. Malleable. Malleability. Flexibility appears to be its principal trait, changing and yielding as required. Intangibility. So the power to separate myself from my own body is now mine. Casting the incorporeal spell with the aid of malleable souls allows a clean separation. Traveling as a soul has a few benefits, flight and invisibility being 2 of them. The only drawback is I'm unable to interact with the world, only re-enter my own body. I can also pass through thin walls. A discovery. I can also interact with other creatures and possess them, directing their movements to a degree. A strange trait that this form of existence possesses is an awareness of where my physical form resides, and upon directing myself toward this form, I travel there with the utmost speed. Now, just to find a way to form more of these corporeal shells, and rapid travel will be a very beneficial consequence. I wonder, too, if I can construct a device that can only be controlled by one who has mastered this skill. So, forming more corporeal shells uses the corporeal reconstructor we've already built under the Reconstructing Bodies header. You take the cage off, you stand on the device with redstone power, and it requires a benign and 2 malleable, consumes an unhinged, and there's also another type of soul here whose name is Gray and begins with I. But it allows us to create additional bodies around our own soul. The other thing is a device. This brings us to the golem header, where we can create and pilot a custom golem. These aren't just iron golems. These are a bit different. You have to possess the golem with the incorporeal spell to make it function. And then golems are fully controllable, so I can swing either arm as I do my own arms. This requires a golem factory, 2 blocks of iron, and more intangible bone circuitry to create the golem fabricator. It is built from a body piece, 2 leg pieces, 2 arm pieces, and a head piece. Golems also have their own internal inventory that is automatically unloaded if we reattach to the factory frame. And there's the Golem part assembler, which is made with a bunch of stuff, and it functions with the Soul Forge. So now we're getting into soul forging. And there are many Golem part recipes, which are honestly best accessed with JEI, as opposed to reading on them here. And then there's the Soul Forge, which is also a very expensive piece of kit, involving 3 soul relays and a bunch of other very annoying to make circuits. The Soul Forge also activates many of the types of stone that we've discovered. Soul Forging focuses the souls in the well to put them to work. So, the Well of Souls contains the souls. The Soul Forge must be placed near the well to pull those souls and direct them. And then, objects and items that the Soul Forge itself is activating must be near the forge. And the Soul Forge itself needs a redstone signal to activate. Works with sentient stone placed within 16 blocks of the forge, performing various effects. And a soul of the same type needs to be in a nearby well to actually trigger the soul. So, Predatory Stone, when active, breaks any blocks on the 4 sides of the block. Wool blocks and machines do not get broken. Perhaps use hoppers to collect. I have tried to use this to automatically harvest the soul stone that our Soul Ripper creates. It's frustrating. Because ideally the Soul Forge needs to be powered all the time, which means the Predatory Soul is happily breaking the raw stone that does not have souls in it yet. Unless I could do something fancy with the redstone circuitry, so activating the Soul Ripper turns off the Soul Forge. That would be some redstone that, honestly, it's kind of simple in my head, but it could be a bit trickier to actually implement. Unhinged stone places a block into the world from plinths and other inventories, and the block will rise into the air if there's no block above it. If 4 sides are free and there are 4 blocks in the inventory, 4 blocks will be placed, and they will float. I don't know how this could ever be useful. Malleable stone. Craft an item that matches the pattern based on the layout of benign blocks and plinths around this block. The malleable block must be powered by redstone. The created item will be deployed on an unobstructed face of the block. First sides are checked, then below, and finally above. If a plinth is found above and all sides are obstructed, the item will be added to the plinth. This block is mostly used for soul bone armor, crafting, and tempering. Such recipes must follow the shown pattern, and may require additional souls to be consumed from the well. And as with all of these, use offering plates instead of plinths to pull from inventories known to the forge via immutable stone. Which, immutable is definitely the soul type that was in gray that we couldn't read earlier. Some say a grid laid out like a normal crafting table with a block space between each cell, and the malleable block in the output position allows crafting other items too. So this can technically get us auto-crafting. It's just very awkward. And then Wise Stone places a block into the world, and the block will fall if there's no block below it. So it's like the Unhinged Stone, but instead of the placed block flying into the sky, it falls to the earth. I've also tried to use this to place blocks automatically in the Soul Ripper setup. That doesn't really work either because it doesn't stop. Now, the fun thing is, I'm seeing witches. I would be happy to harvest these wise souls. Don't see any other witches on the map immediately. Oh, yes there is. There's another witch. There's a stock of wise souls from witches and villagers, but witches are readily available right now. Allows us to go back into the nether for more pigmen and convert more zombie pigs into living mutant pigs. Excuse me, no following me. I'm also collecting a stock of bones again. Very useful to have. So about these witches. Wise Stone is not especially useful. And this is 4 gourds. That is the Wise Soul combination. So we'll just tear these witch souls out and put them in our soul well for later. Three witches, 3 wise souls in 1 night is a pretty good bounty. Wait, where's that one going? There he goes. He briefly went the wrong way. It's also worth noting that this is, 189. This is before the witches made noise, though their noses still wiggle. I see another witch on the map. And it despawned. I just watched it vanish. No more witches are appearing. So it would seem to be a good time to get ourselves to the Nether and collect some more pigmen. Because with those 3 witches, our wise stock is up to 8. I should probably leave the water behind. It will do me no good in the Nether. They're so easy to snag. Less so when they're right next to lava. I don't want to risk the net burning up. There we go. 5 zombie pigmen. This is before the term was gender neutralized to piglin. I honestly have no thoughts on that, because they're undead. Is it really misogyny if the creature is a corpse? A barrier here of some kind might be useful. A toggleable one. You know what? I can work with that. That might actually be something we can do to prevent the freshly made pigman from wandering out into the open. One, two, three, 4. 1, 2, 3. We have a stock of slime balls. One of these cobblestone walls will be fine. Cobblestone walls are the only walls. Walls of variant stone do not yet exist. Make ourselves a sticky piston, grab some spare redstone. I will not need this much, but it's at the ready, just in case. So we're going to tear up the ground here a little bit. The idea is that I want a sticky piston here with a cobblestone wall on top of it. So when this lever is activated, the piston extends. And that's it. That's all we needed. I'll go ahead and stick a torch down here because I don't trust the fact that this is only 1 block tall to not spawn monsters. Way back in the day. I don't even remember what version of Minecraft. I used to have problems with zombies spawning in the little tiny tunnels that I built my circuits in. And so I had zombies in my walls, constantly, groaning all the time. It was irritating. Ow. Yeah, they're a little mad when they come out of the net. You are another cleric type. You don't help me. Next. Every one of these is consuming a wise soul, but that's fine. I have 8 of those now. Another cleric type. We keep rolling. We're looking for one that just wears simple brown, no apron. Librarian. The odds are not at all in our favor. Also, I want to move this. Just one more space back. Still can't escape. But now we have this square to stand on to get a little more distance from the pressure plate and not have to weirdly reach around from here. Alright, next candidate. Could this be the guy? This looks like the guy. He just has a regular brown shirt, so I'll put him on this row so I know which one he is. And we're still rolling this one. May as well. I've got him. Having more malleable souls is just a good thing. And you look like an armorer or blacksmith with that apron. Armor check. Okay. Turn off the switch. Maybe I could move the switch to this side so it's less awkwardly there. It wouldn't change much. Nah, I can stay. Okay, so our first great triumph is running out of axes. This is definitely out of axes. That's fine. I'll just put a torch here so it doesn't become a dark area that spawns monsters. And this stand of extremely clustered birch trees can just chill out like that. It'll be fine. Our boy's in here, all huddled in the corner. Carrots growing rampant. Good news. You now have a farm boy. Which means the carrots will be harvested, the candidates will eat, and they will reproduce in there. Thereby activating the second villager farm. Now I have 4 reject malleables, which is convenient because I need to get some of these guys into the soul well. Decanter, splitter, spiral, spiral. This mod becomes a lot more difficult if you don't have an easy way to move mobs around, such as with the Neotech net gun. The net gun is pretty much the entire reason I have Neotech installed. And the fact that it's the only 189 source of other machinery is a side bonus. The tools are good too. So, 4 more malleable souls extracted in the soul well. Then we come back here to the soul lab. And I need to change up my configuration. Malleable souls are the 5th soul type. So we can now hold the number of souls we've discovered times 2 in our own body. 10 souls. I have 6 already installed, as it were. We can go up to 9 by adding 3 malleable. Is there anything else we can do here? With all these other spells that have just unlocked. Well, Dig has a maintain cost. Burn has a maintain cost. Place has a maintain cost. Incorporeal is the one that we're looking for. That costs 3 to cast. But all of these, well, Animate has a casting cost of 1 wise. But I don't see a lot of value in throwing a tool on the ground and then animating it. Maintain cost. Oop. Mirror image has a casting cost of 3 malleable. And then trigger. Trigger is one of the earliest forms of remote redstone. This allows me to just set up a remote control redstone signal. So yeah, it looks like I'm just installing the 3 malleable souls, and I don't have a lot of use for anything else right now. The other values are fine. The other things I set will go back into my soul well and then back into me. So the fact that I don't have 4 predatory and 2 unhinged in the soul well is fine, because I have them in me. So now that I have the 3 malleable souls, I can do this. And that's me. And it didn't give me my Minecraft skin. I am a Steve today. This icon on me is the quick travel icon, where I can fly back to my body from anywhere. This empty shell now standing here is completely invincible. It can't be destroyed. Monsters don't even register that it's a thing. And my unsouled self, just this tiny bit of sparkles here, floats around, flies, can stare at Endermen. They don't notice. They still make the roaring noise, but I don't exist. And we can do this to just kind of scout around. I can cover new map space like this, and teleport instantly back to my body at any time. The passing through thin walls part is kind of an exaggeration. I've very rarely been able to actually pull that off. But yeah, this allows us a measure of creative flight, with the caveat that we just can't do anything. Well, mostly. There is exactly one thing that we technically can do, and that was explicitly spelled out in the incorporeality description. We can possess mobs. I am this creeper now. The control isn't perfect. Its AI is still at work in here. So it will attempt to move on its own and fight me occasionally. But I can run it around, force it to jump, and I believe on left click I can force it to explode. No, I guess not. It has to explode on its own. Maybe there's a hotkey I'm missing that allows me to trigger a mob's inherent power. Hello, Mr. Skeleton. We dismount the creeper, mount the skeleton. You can't direct the skeleton to shoot either. He has to shoot on his own. But I can pilot around this rattly turret of a guy. There's an Enderman over here. I don't think I've ever tried to possess an Enderman. What happens if he teleports? There we go. It is Enderman time. Boy, he really fights. He has his own ideas about where he needs to be going. Let's drop him in the water and see what happens. Oh, we have teleported with him. A couple times. Well, this is an interesting way to move randomly about. Just possess an Enderman. Walk him into the nearest pond. Doesn't take him very far. It's also worth noting that he seems to walk a lot faster than most normal mobs. So it's kind of like riding a horse. It's a lot like riding a horse. I don't have to jump up these one-block steps. Whoa, whoa. Those were his teleports. He is really fighting my control. I'd like to cross the river. Oh. We've been rejected. Back in soul form, floating around. I could use this to scout the Nether, and very, very safely find a Nether fortress. And then once one is found, figure out what it takes to actually get there. Well now, with that in mind, blazes are finally on the table. So let me snap back to my body here. I ended up in the floor somehow. There we go. Repossess myself. Temporary weakness. Doesn't last long, unfortunately. Okay, more zombies staring at our villager stock. How you guys doing? You're up to 4.5, trying to make another half. Well, this is 5.5, trying to make a 6th. The zombies are oot and a boot. And then in here, we still have the 4. These guys haven't fed and bred yet. I'm sure they're working on it. And is that a witch? I see a witch icon on the map. And it vanished. It must have been underground over there somewhere. Well, we're making moves. Our 2 villager farms are now both active. And now we have some measure of safe scouting flight. I'm gonna stand here, because I've encountered some issues with detaching from my body on strange blocks. And if I have my body not appear for some reason, then this world is functionally dead. There we go. We can pass freely through lava. We can possess this thing. I would like to go more up. You're supposed to fly, you little monster. Yeah, I shouldn't use the ghast. It's too big. Yeah, we get to pretty freely scout around now. Our body is safe and sound inside the portal enclosure. Our little beachhead. And now, as a disembodied spirit, I can go wherever I want. And we are looking for a nether fortress in complete safety. And here we go. Nether fortress, blaze spawner, blazes, wither skeletons ready to go. It has an interior space. So you can't peek inside the chests because we can't manipulate anything. But this means that there should be, somewhere near, nether wart. So let me just place a waypoint here. And this will allow me to find it when I return to my corporeal shell. I don't think I'm getting the blaze back, because the blaze doesn't want to enter flight. So, back to our shell we go. Another fortress has been discovered in this direction. I think I'm going to need a lot more pocket cobblestone to reach it, though, because that is across an ocean of lava. Yeah, I just don't have a way to go in that direction. Maybe we scout for another one in a direction we can actually travel? Or are we on an island completely surrounded by lava seas? Nether fortresses were always a little bit uncommon in this version, made tedious to search for by the eternal sameness of the Nether and only having one biome. There were mods, and are mods, and I don't know if they're for this version, but I'm specifically talking about mods for Minecraft from the days before Minecraft natively had extra nether biomes. So there were mods that added extra biomes to nether before that was a thing. Every single mod that did this, also adds incredible memory leaks, making it so the nether can only be safely accessed a very limited number of times before the world needs to be restarted for its own stability. The worst offender was a mod called Gany's Nether, Gany, because it generated a new type of chest all over the nether, and those chests had some kind of memory issue that I don't fully understand. But the more of those chests were loaded at any given time by being in regions that a player could see, the more Minecraft's performance very rapidly tanked. And it got to the point where even in single player, you had block lag. Breaking a block just didn't happen right away. Slices of the nether wouldn't load. And if anyone on a multiplayer server was in the nether, then the overworld itself could quickly become unplayable. So what I'm seeing here is that I'm going to need to go back home and fetch a whole lot of cobblestone. I could use netherrack to make the bridges, but ghasts can destroy netherrack. Cobblestone is slightly too tough for them to explode. We also have a good many stacks of it. I also wouldn't mind getting into better armor, and we may have the diamonds to actually get there. Another thing is that I may want this, because with this I could make myself a wither skeleton spawn, which, let's be honest with ourselves, is the only way I'm going to collect enough wither skulls to summon a wither. Do I even need to do that? Because there's another star. Another star goes to Beacon and Miniature Sun. The Miniature Sun accelerates crop growth and is a light source. So I guess I don't even need to be thinking about fighting with her. And maybe I could use that soul shard for something more useful. Like, infinite villagers, infinite pig villagers, infinite skeletons for an endless bone supply. What I'm thinking of right now, though, is electric armor. Electric armor is made from steel and also includes any battery. So I can make these with gold batteries, so they have a decent power amount, but don't require... Actually, 4 diamonds per piece. 4, 8, 12, 16... That's more than I have, but that's cheaper than diamond armor. The major thing is that I'll need all this steel. But that's okay. We can do steel. We have the power and technology. The steel, again, is made... It's solidified from molten steel. Molten steel is made in the alloyer from iron and carbon. The origin of carbon being... the origin of iron being obvious, the origin of carbon being coal and charcoal. Charcoal is worth twice as much carbon as coal, for reasons that are unclear to me. Can I make that centrifuge yet? Get into ore tripling. As power expensive as that would be. Well, that's an iron block, and steel, and tanks. So the answer is no. I don't have that much iron in my pocket. How is it getting 40 per tick in? There must be an amount stored in the solar panel? Where's that 40 RF a tick? Where is this coming from? Nowhere. It's lying to me again. Alright then. Simple as. Well, this all needs to process. So I guess I'm bringing some low-quality iron armor into the nether. And trying to make my way to that fortress. I see a witch. And now I don't. Now I do. The world stops for a free, wise soul. We'll just pop you in there. You can't split spiral. Switch for 4 gourds. And away you go. We'll come back and deal with the hollow body later. Right now, I'm just kind of trusting that I have enough power in here to complete these two operations. If not, not a huge deal. And back into the Nether we go to build some very dangerous bridges over the lava sea. I would also like to finish bricking up this lava. Because all this garbage is simply too much lava. It's not safe, I tell you. There. That should cut down on a huge amount of this nonsense. And now we have 2 more flows yet to solve. I'm going to need to go over there. Alright, we have done it. The extremely dangerous lava flows have been stemmed, making our home area a great deal safer. We'll get that one too. And now, with the very unpleasant sound of ghasts in our ears, try to make our way east. Somehow. The bridging begins. Which is, of course, extremely dangerous. But I don't have any other options. Goodbye, cobblestone. You are an object lesson of what will happen to me if I'm not careful. Just making sure I hold shift so I can't walk off the edge here. You would not believe how hard I am depressing this shift key. was. One wrong step and it's kind of over. I lose my upgraded tools, which, you know, I might be able to replace, but it would be expensive. I may lose all the souls in my body. I'm not actually sure about that. And we just heard the most terrifying noise that you can hear while on another bridge. I don't see the ghast, but there's one somewhere. It could be under the lava. I just don't know. So all we can do is keep making progress and wait for the only sound more terrifying than a ghast crying on a bridge. The sound of a ghast screaming and firing. When will the hammer come? It's looking like that ghast may end up being too late. So much the better, because my shift key finger is beginning to hurt from the low level of panic I am using to keep that key depressed. And we have made it. Relative safety. There's going to be some fall damage involved. But that is better than crisping up. And there we go. We have made a bridge. It's not exactly a wide bridge. It doesn't need to be pretty. It just needed to be functional. We will of course need more quartz for future applications. I'm sure golem building or something will demand more quartz. In the meantime, we press on, having covered a depressingly short distance with our bridge, and we still have half the journey ahead of us. Still, 500 meters is not bad, especially if it continues to be comfortably over land like this. Unfortunately, it looks like we're running into a bit of a wall situation. That's okay, I would love to have more of this stuff. It sure is a lot of soul sand. At some point, I'm going to have to pave this. Maybe I could do so with netherrack, just so I have a path that doesn't take forever to walk. Ooh, I kind of thought that would be traversable. And yeah, turn off AoE. I'm not immediately using it, so I don't explode a wall that I need. Now, if I had waited on this trip, wait a minute. I have my player skin back. That's strange. It diminished me to be a Steve on the overworld, but here in hell I have my true face. I suppose that should imply something. There's a lot of ghasts around. And the last stretch is going to be very treacherous here. Unless I can get down there safely. I'm not seeing a safe way down. I guess I could drop and then staircase back up again? Or I could use my unhinged spell, but that risks being practically suicide. Well, it's a maybe, and there's no lava to fall into in this area. So, here we go. Slingshot. Oh boy. Okay. We're fine. Everything's fine. Except for this. Wither skeletons, unfortunately for them, are 3 blocks tall. So by constructing what I like to call headroom gates, you can stymie their approach and safely attack them. At least as safely as anything in the Nether can be. Blazes are a bit more of a puzzle. At least before you have access to fire resistance. Being on fire in the Nether can be a death sentence. Because water in the Nether doesn't work. You try to pour out a bucket of water here, it just poofs away into steam. Who is he firing fireballs at? I'm safely behind a wall. That'll work. Again, who does Blaze think he's fireballing? Because I'm not a valid target. Well, with these samples of netherwort, we have basically everything we need out of this fortress. Basically. But in actuality, nowhere near. Because I need more blaze rods, and this is the only place to get it. What are you fools shooting at? Ow. Yow. He caught me off guard. There sure are a lot of these guys. Diamond horse armor. Iron, flint and steel. Is there anything I can do with gold horse armor? No. Iron horse armor? No. So all these horse armors are really just garbage. So is the golden sword, pretty sure, yep. Enchanted, nothing else. The stone sword, definitely. The iron horse armor, theoretically I could use, but I don't see myself doing so. The saddle can go as well. We'll hang on to two, just in case I ever feel like saddling a horse. Not that I've seen any horses. Don't need 2 diamond horse armor, and I certainly don't need either of these things. Well, maybe. I have 2 saddles anyway. We still have blazes just randomly firing at nothing. And blazes in strange spaces. Oh. Narrowly dodged him. He can still reach us, too, if he figures out that that block is passable while the fence isn't. Oops. I could be dead now. I saw movement, I swung for my own safety, I ticked off the pigman. Now every zombie pigman in the area is going to be gunning for me. Here they come. Excuse me, need to go. Can't waste time with you. This isn't good. Oh dear. Go away. Be gone. I cannot afford to die right now. Definitely doing a little panic swinging. Just a bit. There are still angry zombie pigmen in my area. Technically, I can wait them out, and they will stop being mad at some point. Technically. That's not exactly a very smart strategy to be banking on, though. You can hear them continuing to roar, or whatever that noise is, as I wander around, as they tell one another of my transgression. I think 6 blaze rods is going to have to be the extent of what we do right now. Because I need to escape alive. Uh-oh. 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 We have blazes, we have incoming pigmen. Just need to keep them at bay. No. Those gold swords really hurt. The other option is, theoretically, I could kill every zombie pigman in the area. And that would alleviate their rage, because there wouldn't be any left to be angry. This is not exactly plausible. Given my extremely limited mobility in the Nether, they can spawn faster than I can take them out. So the practical solution remains getting the hell out of here. There are, unfortunately, a couple of problems with this plan. Most notably, that blaze spawner and this large empty space. If these blazes get any ideas and start flying up, this build is going to be a lot more difficult. I don't think I can throw the slingshot ball hard enough to get up there. It will probably fall short, land down here, and then catapult me into lava somewhere. Uh-oh. That blaze definitely sees me and can fire, and is so far away that if it does fire, I'm not going to hear it. It looks like our worst fears are not happening today. We reached the Nether Fortress, looted quite a few resources, and made it out alive. The next important step is making it home alive. Which should just be a matter of maneuvering and finding our old gaps. I think the only thing that could stop us now is a misstep off a cliff or a very inconveniently placed ghast. These pigmen are too far from the scene of the crime. They don't know what I did. There's my teeny little staircase. Uh-oh. Take it back. I missed. I don't think I'm stopping him. But I need to go in that direction. I don't remember how. Got him. Oh, I must have climbed up here, because that is the soul sand area. Does this get us another gas tier? Yes, or it would if I had the room. There. Gas tier ahoy. Definitely more valuable than a small amount of netherrack. This will also burn up some of the cobblestone from my inventory. And it will make traversing this path in the future not only faster, but more obvious. And while I know you can just hold down a key to build constantly, that places blocks up in my face a lot more often than just rapidly clicking does. It's less controllable. The pacing of it is very awkward. And much like planting planting wheat or crystals, the rhythm of it is always just a little different from the speed you can walk. Anyway, we now have a nice little cobblestone road that we can use instead of walking across all the soul sand. Which we apparently could stand to do again. I'm just going to make this one 1 block wide. And now it should be a straight shot back to the bridge. And the bridge is pretty ghast safe. Which is good, because there's a ghast under it. Ghasts move so unpredictably. See ya. I am now too fast for you to hit. Though he's certainly hitting the bridge behind me. Yeah, the bridge is on fire back there, but not destroyed. The advantages of using cobblestone. If that was another rack bridge, there'd be holes in it now. And we're home. With additional loot from the depths itself. The depths themselves? I don't appear to have much in the way of space to store everything. Gold iron, gold nuggets. Why did I bring the golden sword? It's useless. Quartz and coal. Obsidian and chest. Another flint and steel. Which looks like only goes into the flushable chest. Netherwort. I need to plant some of that. And now I need 4 more spaces for things. Which I guess I'll put down here in the blocks chest since I have space for them now. Diorite, it seems, is getting out of hand a bit. Maybe I'll want a drawer for that stuff. Yeah, we'll grab a basic drawer. Diorite will be among the things that go in there. It is dark. I prefer it to not be dark. Doing okay on power and power-based processes. Let's not have that 1 block away. I don't want monsters stepping off that ledge and trampling my wheat. I used to think, and maybe it used to be the case, that netherwort could only grow in the nether, and could only grow if adjacent to lava, similar to the way water moistens farmland. Both of these notions were eventually proven untrue. I also have a slightly better idea. We will also netherwort here, so if I need faster production, then I can Zafkiel Waltz this totem pole and increase growth that way. The villagers probably haven't increased their pop much. Still 5.5. Ah. That is also what the artificial village is for. So this is producing 3 types of souls all at once. You are still 4 guys. Yep, my artificial village is now large enough that it spawns iron golems on its own. Where do these guys keep coming from? This hole. Can we not have undead randomly wandering around my village? Hello. You aren't undead, but you're still annoying. Alright, that should stop that hole from just randomly vending machining zombies into my village enclave. So we can do 2 things right now. 3 things, actually. We can use these blaze rods to make first an ender chest, a variant ender chest that uses the ender pouch. Second, some fortune mods for my sword. And third, we can try and fail to extract this golem. So, first up, ender storage. Huh. Also apparently on the list is ender tanks. Oh yeah, this is ender tanks. What was the storage mod? None of those. That's better. I need to make an Enderlink chest, which is made with it from an ender bag. And the Enderlink bag is also made from an ender bag. So I need 2 ender bags, made from leather and eyes of ender. I don't have that kind of leather. Is there a way to manufacture leather? Not really, unless I had buffalo. So we require additional cow. The cow farm is one thing, but we're going to need a large number of wild cows to get that kind of leather. Fortunately, I remember where such a herd of cows may exist. We can also go ahead and grab them for their benign souls. So I think I only have 1 benign soul in the tank. Did I hunt basically all the cows from here? This is a lot of chickens. That's a cow. And these are cows. 2. And 3. And I see a couple more. A few more. Well, I only have one more net. So capture that cow, and then murder these. Obliterate cow. That was odd. I thought I saw a little white sparkle in the air. Don't know what that could have been. Another thing we could do is create a small pen near one of my existing totem poles. And I know exactly where to put it. That I could use to produce chickens. Because the Zafkiel Waltz, the totem ritual that allows for rapid growth of crops, also causes the rapid aging of eggs into live chickens. And I have just such a stock of eggs. Anyway, you have no soul. Out of my way. Shoot. We don't need the wise combination. We need the benign combination. I need more benign stone. But I could also use at least a couple more benign in the tank. So the first couple of cows are being directed into the soul well. And before I kill another cow, I gotta make a couple of these. At least a couple. I have room for 4 of them. Two sharpness, 4 smite. I could add sharpness or smite. There's the looting upgrade. Don't need beheading. Also, don't have any heads to make beheading with. Bane of Arthropods. And that's it. Those are all the sword potential upgrades. So what I need is 4 boards. Because we're going to go looting 4 on this thing. And these 4 boards each need spider eye, blaze powder, gunpowder, bone, rotten flesh. So basically a sample of everything. Can I do better? Yes. The electric crusher multiplies blaze powder. So does the grinder. If I want to go back to jumping. Alright, get me my blaze powder. And you know what? Have another one. Because I'll need more blaze powder for the ender bags. One more leather. I could use the buffalo hide, because I don't need it. There we go. 8 leather for the ender bags. Pair of ender bags for very soon. Okay. Four blaze powder. 4 spider eyes. 4 bones. 4 gunpowder. 4 rotten flesh. Does that sound about right? That is about right. I believe the recipe is technically shapeless. There we go. 1, and a 2, and a 3, and a 4. Which allows us to finalize our sword if we had, well, that should be enough power. And if it's not enough power, we can borrow from our battery. But I think it's going to be enough power. We should probably burn some coal to offset the power cost. Because it's enough power. But we're also going to need more power. Yeah, see? We are sadly out of power. I need to make steel. You were not invited. Imagine that. Looting 4, and I get nothing. Well, I can looting 4 this cow. Which has been unsold. That's more like it. That one can go in the tank as well, why not? We got all our leather back. And now we throw the lever to put this cow into the Soul Ripper and get more benign stone. Yep, we just tear that thing right apart. Spider. Go away. Also, wasn't there a zombie? There it is. Would you mind coming into this cage? Thank you. More bones. Mostly arrows, but still, some bones. I really gotta cook this beef, too. And there's some tin I forgot about. How long has that been in there? Power's looking up. Get that beef cooked. And now we have our ender bags. So I can make an enderlink chest. We do have enough blaze rods still to do. 3 obsidian and a wool. And the enderlink bag is an iron, a wool, and 4 blaze powder. Which I need to grind down the last rod for. Also the hopper for reasons explained yesterday. Bag, wool, iron. I don't know what the iron is for. Like usually there's some kind of logic to the construction. But I guess not today. Enderlink chest. And hopper. And now I have this convenient bag. So whenever my inventory gets too full of, say, soul sand, or birchwood for some unfathomable reason, why is that even there? I can put it in here, and the hopper drains out into the storage system. I should probably also get myself a second bag that doesn't automatically do that, just so I have more inventory space to work with. And we need more power. Or do we? I have all this charcoal, but it's more energy efficient to use these blocks. And I guess do this one at a time. I need to get those extra solar panels online. Or to make a better solar panel. And we can improve the existing solar panel, but it's going to take gold batteries. I think we can afford it. The whole solar panel thing is very annoying because the lowest level solar panel costs a basic RF storage, and then the next level solar panel costs an advanced RF storage, which in its construction includes another basic RF storage. And the elite solar panel costs an elite RF storage, which costs another advanced, which costs another basic. So it's not just upgrading a battery, where I can take the battery down and improve it. I need a whole upgraded battery for each tier of solar panel. It's a little ridiculous. But I guess that's the price of admission for passive power. And what exactly is this going to cost me? In terms of resources. Well, just to upgrade the one I have is another gold battery. And then I think I'll make a second basic one. So that's going to be, about 4 basic batteries. Silver, iron, lead. Simple. A 1. And a 2. And a 3. And we'll just go ahead and fill this out to make 3 and 4 at once. Wait, it's actually 6. And now 2 of these go into basic RF storages. Which is even more iron that I don't currently have. Let's just get this charcoal burning for power. I'm gonna need it. Two redstone blocks for the 2 basic storages. More lead. Do I have enough lead? Not prepared. More iron is ironing. We are losing power rapidly. Well, no wonder. I have 3 machines running. And that molten iron can stay there for now. Because if I switch it into if I move it to the alloyer, then we're going to lose power even faster. That's not enough iron. We need to be cooking more iron. Upgrades, faster cook, maxed energy storage, redstone control, automatic input-output. There is no upgrade that improves power efficiency. Alright, this should give us our 2 basic storages. That's 2 batteries. That's 4 batteries. That's my battery. Automatically filling these for some reason. Can you put that power back into the system? I guess I'll leave this in here for the moment. Because I neither need nor want these to have power in them. Okay then. One of these things is being made into a basic solar panel. Which is going to involve glass. And you know, rather than take down the one I have up there and upgrade that, why don't I just upgrade the one that I have? With my last blaze powder. Glass, the panel. Because I haven't upgraded the battery yet. And the battery needs upgraded batteries. So we upgrade the batteries, and the battery, to be a better battery. And now we can update the solar panel. That gives us a superior solar panel to place in the middle of the night. Smart. Now I think this automatically translates its power into this one so it can pull from both. But if that's not true, I can always move it. Also, this produces, it says max 32. 32 power a tick is more than my furnaces can produce. Maybe I should make some processors to fix that, but that would cost diamonds. That would cost diamonds, so I don't want to do it. And you know, maybe I don't want diamond batteries to go in my armor pieces anyway. Gold pieces should be fine. I am unfortunately running out of gold and silver for additional battery. Also, I have all this tin. I can use to make rock climbing walls, and it goes into electric crushers. And that's about it. It's used as a melt in the thermal binder, and there's just too much tin. I suppose it also goes into bronze. And bronze is used in the alloyer, the electric logger, electric pump, if I ever needed infinite water. But anything I need infinite water for, I kind of have it. Maybe I could use that to pull lava, but that never ends well. Maybe I could also make an advanced generator instead of relying on these things. But that would also cost a lot of iron that I don't have. Alright, molten iron is gonna go in the alloyer. And this will give me a block's worth of steel. And then I can melt the other block of coal to put in here to get the other block's worth of steel. In the meantime, we have power problems that I should attempt to solve by having a nap and letting those solar panels up above kick on. Alright, what are these panels doing? This one's generating and successfully being pulled. This one's generating and the power is just sitting uselessly in it. What if I put it here? And its power gets pulled. And you, I don't know what you thought you were doing, but I will take a free wise soul. So now between the 32 and the 8, we have 40 per tick being generated simply because it's daytime, which is the equivalent of both generators smashing away. We're still losing, 100 a tick, even though we have 80 a tick coming in. But that should allow us to manage. And manage decently well. So I'll just leave that to its own devices. This witch was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Give me that wise soul and turn that off. So it goes into the soul well. I also forgot to claim my benign stone. And then put, I suppose, smooth stone for it away in my storage system. So there we go. More benign stone at the ready. And we have the golem. Golems are trouble. Looks like gourd is not the first one. I've got some spare splitters. You like splitters? Oh, interesting. Splitter gourd. Noted. Could it be splitter gourd again? No. So slot 3 is neither splitter nor gourd. What if I borrow a decanter? It is a decanter, but not a gourd. Could it be another decanter? It didn't come out. We have the soul combination. We need to make another gourd and 2 decanters. But the soul did not extract. It just makes a fail noise. We're going to have to go investigate the reason for that. There's our gourd. And 2 decanters. Power is not looking good. But this is close to finished, so it should be fine. And I'll grab this, because we need to consult it. Come on, power. Come on, process. I think I need to jam an emergency battery in here. And we're done. We have a bunch of steel. And I'm going to wait for this power to get a bit higher before I melt the next block of coal. Now we have enough power that I can grind up that silver while it happens. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Five on gold. 2 on the iron. Now, while everything's running, what is wrong with the immutable soul? Also, deities? Anyway, type of soul. I have the immutable soul, unchanging and stoic, an artificial soul created for an artificial being. Such a soul exemplifies permanence. Could the answer be here? No. Crystallized soul bone is a soul forge recipe. I still need to make the soul forge. We really need to get there. And honestly, that's a better direction to go in than the electric armor I'm planning on making. Devices. Bone cage, circuit stamper, soul bone spear. We've read up on that. Soul relays, well of souls, soul infuser. We have 2 of those. Defensive crystal. Interesting. Such a crystal can be used to summon a certain type of soul to take an action when an unknown creature approaches. A crystal may be tempered with the soul type required. When a creature approaches, if a nearby well contains a suitable soul, it will be summoned and perform its required defensive action. All nearby creatures at the time the crystal is placed will be ignored. The placer may use the crystal with an empty hand to toggle whether they activate the crystal or not. Placing up to 6 blue gems on the crystal will increase its detection zone. Adding up to 6 yellow gems can have an effect on the power of the crystal's effect. So these are defensive turrets, powered by souls. They can be tempered in the Soul Forge, which is a whole process that requires the Soul Forge to be up and running. And then we know what the 6 soul types that we have access to would do. A benign crystal pushes back unwelcome guests. The immutable crystal paralyzes them, but also makes them theoretically hard to damage. The predatory crystal attacks them. The unhinged crystal, that reads to me like it teleports them away. Malleable attracts nearby monsters to the target, which presumably the nearby monsters would also themselves become targets at the same time. And the Wise Crystal simply generates a redstone signal as a warning. All useful traits. My nether wart is growing. A new golem has spawned and has torn apart a zombie. Yeah, he's just going to town. But I need you. another pocket golem to come over here and be useless for the time being. So we have golems, we have the combination for extracting the golem soul. But it still doesn't work yet. And we still don't have the secret of why not. Mostly because I've gotten distracted with batteries and things. Oh, power is pretty full, but no longer being generated. We're out of charcoal. And we're out of daylight. Well, I have more charcoal at the ready. I can have a nap for daylight. That needs to go in there. We are still seeking the reason why the immutable soul will not leave the golem. Soulforge plant ovulate synthetic resonator. That's a new thing. At last, the secret to extracting the soul of a synthetic being is revealed to me. Placing this device atop the bone cage I use to extract souls will disable the inherent resistance that synthetic beings have to the separation process. The only difficulty is that this device must be spinning, and that will require a significant amount of strength, much more than any organic creature possesses. I wonder if I can construct something that can boost my strength. And that something links over to golems. So we have just hit a gate. It is not possible to progress any further without building a golem and building a soul forge. And the reason for the soul forge is because the synthetic resonator is made with crystallized soul bone, which is a soul forge recipe. So we need a soul forge, and we need a golem assembler, and some other bits and bobs. We're really getting into the part of intangible that becomes painful. The first 4 souls are easy. They're just in the wild, running around. Every new soul you discover after the 4th takes more effort to unlock than the one before. And if getting to immutable requires a soul forge and a golem assembler and a fully functioning golem to spin the synthetic resonator, then what is going to be required for the next soul after this? What a pain. Anyway, I don't remember why I was making batteries. I think I was making batteries for the electric armor, but I've decided that electric armor is a bad idea. Because we're almost within reach of the true endgame armor. Almost. We're getting there. So we need to make a soul forge. This cannot be put off any longer. 3 more soul relays. Getting very, very tired of soul relays. Also don't remember why I have 14 spare control circuits. But if I have all the materials for the soul relays, that's one step completely out of the way. Then we need 2 control circuits and 3 emitters, which is 6 more control circuits. And then I'll be completely out of control circuits. Worthless. Okay, the blue crystal was above, and the redstone was below. The soul forge itself requires an emitter, and these last 2 emitters go into a quantifier, which demands another control circuit, which I no longer have. Soul bone supply is looking pretty light too. Alright, so quantifier, 2 emitters, control circuit, yellow crystal. 2 emitters, control circuit, 7 spares, yellow crystal. Soul forge. The soul forge needs a lever to run it. Our power is still disappearing as the next batch of molten steel processes. The solidifier is still in block mode, that's good. And silver is coming. Fortunately, now that we have the soul forge, a lot of the next parts are kind of easy. Although they will require more stone, and I'm hearing some very strange noises from elsewhere. So I am going to take a short pause here to go investigate just what's going on. So I have no indication of what the screaming cat noises were. So I guess that was just a false alarm. Anyway, I'm going to consult the knowledge gem to look into the Soul Forge again and see just what I need to do this. Sentient stone, for various effects. Immutable stone. Place an inventory block on top to feed items from the inventory to other parts of the forge when needed. For example, when crafting crystallized soulbone, instead of plinths on the benign stone, plates containing the ingredients can be used, and the forge will pull these ingredients from the inventory in the immutable block instead. I guess that's a solution for deeper automation than I usually do. We have the Golem Part Assembler, which requires a malleable soul to run, and it requires this device to make the parts. We have to make one of these as well, which involves another soul relay and a piston. I'm going to have to go digging for more redstone to make that happen. What I'm looking for right now is the arrangement of the Soul Forge. I know how to build one, but I don't remember how I know. There it is. It's in the Constructing Soulbone Armor section. This is the arrangement of the Soul Forge. Benign stone, malleable stone, and a powered Soul Forge in the background. Requires a Soul Forge, a circle of plinths atop a benign stone block, with a central plinth sitting atop redstone-powered malleable stone. So this speaks of constructing a suit of armor made from hardened soulbone. Will allow us to exploit this effect. What effect? Encourage the souls I have absorbed to travel along a soulbone construction. And also provides a reasonable degree of protection. The only caveat is that I must first temper the armor with souls I have collected. The construction of soulbone armor requires a soul forge, circle of plinths, benign stone block, placing the various items. A final note, you can dye the armor. So this is where it tells you how to do that. So we need malleable stone, 8 benign stone, and 9 stone plinths. Plinths are just stone, and fairly cheap as long as you have the stone rings for them. We're gaining power here. I have silver. This has 2 blocks worth of steel, so we'll just transfer that over there. 2 cooling operations will be fine. I'm need stone. Turn a bunch of it into rings. Stone ring. Regular stone. That's only... okay, 3, 6, 9. That's enough plinths. For now. Kinda. I don't remember if I ever need more than that. And I'm going to keep this stone because I need a stock of stone up above, and it's nighttime again. Night is just an inconvenience at this point. Because I need to be out and about. Snagging additional golems that I can do nothing with yet. But if I don't grab them, then more won't spawn. There's a limit to how many golems can spawn in Artificial Village, and that limit is based on the number of villagers in the village. I'm gonna remove this for now, so I don't accidentally release what will undoubtedly be a very angry golem. Oh, I need one more lever. Could I build it down here? I mean, theoretically yes, practically not really. There's a second lever. I need all 8 benign stone and 1 malleable to make the soul forge. And I just don't know where to put it, because it has to be near the soul forge here. Let me also get some more of the this here, just because I like to use that to signify important soul-based blocks. Soul forge. Forging the souls. Blocks of sentient stone within 16 blocks of the forge. How far away can the forge be from the well? Does the well tell me? No. So let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Roughly here. No, not there. Roughly here. There's the soul forge. the Soul Forge needs its own dedicated lever. Now, within 16 blocks of the Soul Forge, I need all the blocks of the actual Soul Forge. So this is the Soul Forge block. And now I need to build the Soul Forge apparatus. Fortunately, a 16 block radius is plenty of space. And the kind of space I need for, for the forging thing itself is in Soul Armor, constructing. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 by 7 space. Shouldn't be too hard. I'll just build off of this wall. Which means I should have brought more cobblestone to make walls with. I don't have a lot of cobblestone left. It all went toward building bridges in the Nether. So something like this. 1, 2, 3. This. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay, this will be the malleable block. And the malleable block needs its own dedicated lever, always on. We have Benign Stone 2 spaces away in the cardinal directions, and roughly 1 space away in the diagonal directions, forming a kind of circle. And that's our Soul Forge design. Just going to need lighting, which I no longer have the torches for. And more polished granite than I have. And a door. Fortunately, I have this immensely convenient supply of birch doors. I wonder where those could have come from. And it needs a roof. And we're out of cobblestone. We also need a golem part assembler, which is going to require more conduits and things that we don't have the redstone for. So, it's time to get back down to the mines. With the power of our lovely bag here. Andesite, granite. Yeah, with the diorite, we're putting raw granite and raw andesite, so I can also store those. I might want to have a storage space at the ready for gravel as well. Yeah, that looks serviceable. Now it's time to get to drilling. I don't have nearly enough torches for this. We'll keep a stock of cobblestone on hand in case lava happens. We also need lighting. And into the bag we'll be keeping ore and coal. And all this cobble and granite goes in the bag to be drained into our storage network. The bag does not drain very quickly. Maybe I could use some upgraded item pipes to speed that up a bit. But for now, the whole system is functional. Which is all I really need for it to work. Looks like gravel won't be a problem. We have high enough fortune that all gravel is instantly and automatically flint. A little bit of redstone is present. More redstone. I really don't see the fortune working on the redstone. Not even once. Not even once. It annoys me, because that's what the fortune was for. To multiply redstone and feed the redstone-based demands of Neotech. Intangible as well, with its circuitry and soulbone nonsense, is also becoming a redstone hog as well. The whole jump training thing is working out very well. Definitely adding to my longevity down here, so I can claim more and more materials. Oops, turn that back on. It just does. We're just not seeing the bulk explosion of redstone that you'd expect to see if Fortune triggered. Given that I have Fortune 5 installed, this is really insulting. I know this is an obscure Minecraft version, but does Fortune just not work on redstone in this version? Because I know it works on more mainstream versions of Minecraft. But on this weird little backwater version, it doesn't seem like redstone answers to the Fortune enchantment at all. It's not because this is a technology-based electric pickaxe either, because the Fortune here works just fine on coal and lapis. And also diamonds. But darn redstone, though, it's just not. Look at all this basic stuff. That'll help us build later. Well, we have over 2 stacks of redstone. Despite everything, that's a pretty decent amount for one trip down to the mines. All this stone, variant stone, also extremely helpful. So, back up we go. Very pleased with how our little storage enhancement goes. Redstone and coal by the block. And more flint, which doesn't really do anything for us, but it exists. Our power is full. Our steel is ready. Grinders and whatnot are doing very little. Let's recharge. Not just our pocket battery. Okay, apparently just the pocket battery. No, also the emergency battery. All is well with the generators. So now we have so much more redstone, we can make a golden part assembler. And the fabricator is going to cost more iron. Lots more iron. Is it finally time to make a centrifuge and get into tripling? Maybe. There's the 2 tanks, there's a block in there, 2 blocks redstone, and 4 steel. I don't know why we need an entire block of iron as the central piece of the centrifuge, but we don't ask those kinds of questions. And there we go. Electric centrifuge full of power, ready to perform miracles. So with all this power at our disposal, we're going to start melting iron. Can I afford, power-wise, to melt 10 iron? Apparently. Apparently, I don't know how, but I guess we can. So we'll just put 10 more in there too. While that's running, we need a part assembler. We just give you a circuit, and we don't have the soul bone. Nor do we have the bones to soul bone. This becomes a problem. Also, why are there skeletons over here? Where are these skeletons? They must be down in the hole that I lit, somehow. I hear them. They are through this wall somehow. Well, I found the somehow. Get that off my hotbar so I can kill the zombie. And then back on the hotbar. So I can charge it with skeletons. I've been down there, but I haven't been over here. So where does this go? Oh yeah, this is what happens when you don't drill through the wall. Another skeleton. I must harvest your bones. You are not skeletons. So we currently have a small problem. In order to move forward with Intangible, I need more soul bone. In order to bulk create soul bone, I need to be able to pull a soul out through the cage in the lab. But the lab currently has a golem sitting in it that I can't pull the soul from. So I'm going to have to net him. Put him in storage. And collect another soul. Any soul, really. Is there any preference here? Well, more benign would help. More malleable would help even more. We're also murdering skeletons whenever possible. I don't need any more of you. I mean, I do, but I can't extract their souls yet, so it would just take up a mob net that I can't replace yet. A lot of noise in the malleable enclosure. Oh, there's more of them now. There's a lot more of them now. I'll take this cleric and this, probably a butcher. And that'll get me 2 more malleable souls. And I can use them to create more soul bone in the process. Splitter, gourd, decanter, decanter. Is the immutable combination. Malleable, decanter, splitter, double spiral. This switch is off. Drop the bones in the output space, so the extracted soul will stand on them. Slurp. Soul bone. Aha! Baby zombie's trapped itself. Can I remove his skin? No. Baby zombies can be useless. How? How did you end up in there? Are you dead? More skeleton, more bone. I'm also seeing Endermen out and about. I use my Fortune 4 to try and get some more pearls out of them. And he didn't drop any. Oh. So that's where he ended up. That is the very first chicken soul. That's the first soul we ever extracted. He just kind of sitting there. Managed to find his way into that hole. Oh, Enderman spotted. Ender pearls. I used 2 to make the Ender storage system. I need what you have. You gave me 5. Maybe I can bash this other guy before he registers that it's sunrise. Given that he's right on this water, kind of doubting that I can pull it off. Excuse me. Push, push, push. Crit. Crit to death. I also think I see a witch. Or 2. the second witch real, or is it underground? It's underground. Can I hit the skeleton before it burns to death? Nope. Just get through the creeper army on the way home, including the one behind me. Rude little sneak. That's garbage. These bows, honestly, are kind of garbage. The arrows should probably be considered garbage, though they might come in handy at some unknown point in the future. This bit of sugar is definitely trash. Got more bones. Iron, gold pants need to go. Burn everything in there. So I get some more soul bone if I unsoul this witch. Decanter, splitter, spiral. Spiral. Four gourds for the witch. Out you go. Always happy to have more wise souls just kicking around. And I forgot to transmute the bone in the process. That's fine. Alright, back to our part assembler. This is still melting. Oh no! Oh no, we have serious power problems. This needs to go. Yeah, that's the problem with Neotech. If there's not enough power to complete an operation, it'll drain the power anyway, and then just abort the operation partway through. It's a big problem. But we melted all that iron, and I have more waiting besides. But anyway, 2 casings, which is 10 iron. A piston. Iron, redstone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. The control circuit. Another. Another soul relay. Always with the soul relays. And then just 2 more soul bone circuits. that spider doesn't quiet down, he's going to become a predatory soul. Golem part assembler. You have just volunteered yourself. Predatory. Gourd, spiral, decanter, decanter. And these bones go in the output spot. Goodbye, spider. Your doom awaits. Thank you for your contribution to spirit science. Now, the Soul Forge is kind of up there. So can I get away with putting the Golem part assembler here? Because this would certainly be convenient if I could get this to work. So we have the Golem part assembler. We need still the Golem fabricator. 2 iron blocks and some more very detailed nonsense. Blue gem, yellow gem. Blue above yellow. Blue above yellow. 2 control circuits. There's the lattice. So it's a lattice and a control circuit. A chest and 2 iron blocks. I have the chest. And I have the iron ore. But it's in a form that I can't use right now. We just need more power. Time to burn some serious fuel. So I can melt the rest of this iron. I don't even have the iron necessary to make upgrade boards anymore. Iron is just in huge demand by this mod, pretty much constantly. Also anticipating a spike in the demand of crystals. But more than that, I kind of want to pull this wall back. Because I need to be able to access all four sides of this thing comfortably. We'll still have the trash can right there. And this reduces a little bit our crystal growing area. But I think we're fine in terms of space dedicated to crystal growth. Maybe doesn't limit grow space all that much. I'm going to replace these with normal stone. Alright, as you were. Tons of blue crystal now. And a little bit more yellow into the bargain. Uh-oh. Still not enough power. It must be dark. If it wasn't dark, we wouldn't be losing power nearly that fast. It was dark, because now the skeletons are dying. Where are you? Give me your bones. You. I know it's daylight, but come here. Alright, now if I just get some slabs to finish that off. We have 14 skeleton kills, which is not at all enough. I don't want to make a vile sword and then an entire enchantment setup just to hope we get the right enchantment, but I may have to if I want to get this off the ground. It is funny that I have plenty of power to perform this action, but only by day. Once the sun goes down, our batteries just tank. Huh? You should fit in here. Oh no, you're full. And I can't open that chest without the bag because it doesn't have empty space above. Would you mind just sitting in there? Oh, it's filling the next slot. That's not really ideal. I guess I'll just have to accept that I have a small surplus of birch wood at the moment. I don't think this will survive more than one more. It has always been a flaw of Minecraft that when you place two slabs into the same block space, so they become a single block, you can't break just one of them. Pickaxing the block breaks both, because Minecraft by default, and even with a lot of mods, doesn't understand partial block spaces. Even though they have things like half slab that can combine into a full block, you can't undo that without breaking both of them. Alright, so now we've fully paved our roof. So nothing can spawn up here and no lights are required. This is all ready to go for whenever I decide to actually start crafting with it. There's really no reason not to. It's not frustrating or anything to use that. You just haven't gotten around to it yet. I'm focusing too much on the whole iron thing. Can I move this slightly? I don't even know if this thing works yet. So anyway, iron is coming for this. My armor, though. My armor is dying. So we need to start considering soul bone armor before my iron armor is fully destroyed. We also need 3 extra crystallized soul bone to make the resonator. Also, the soul bone chestplate requires 1 immutable soul to craft. So I need to get the resonator going before I can make the chest piece. And that's important because the chest piece itself, there are a lot of spells with maintain costs that require the chest plate specifically, which is why this is gated behind the soul that I can't do yet. Leggings, however, are just 1 benign and 2 predatory. So let's get a count of how much crystallized soul bone we need. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 20 crystallized soul bone to do everything we could conceivably need to do with crystallized soul bone. So that's 20 soul bone, 20 crystals. Easily done. Also, sunset, so my power drain is going to spike. Yeah, it's bedtime, so I can get the solar panels online. Come on, there we go. That is still plummeting. That's okay. This is almost done. That's definitely enough. And it's not plummeting as fast now. Okay. The melting is complete. The power can build. And I have to make crystallized soul bone. That splits each of these into 4. Oh, I forgot I could do it this way. Kind of frustrating that adding things to a plinth works differently than adding things to the stamper downstairs. And now this should run. But it's not running. Because this isn't running. Let's get that running. It still isn't running. So this must be too far from the well, or else it would function. Nope, that was it. It's good. The soul goes in, gets to work, combines all 8 items. Particle laser beams happen. Crystallized soul bone is made. So that can just process. Malleable shows 3 of 4 because one of them has been put to work. While that's running, our next big concern is still the golem. And while we're working on iron and etceteras, iron and power, mostly power, I should also start looking into what it's going to take to make all the parts. Tank, dirty molten iron, goes in there. This now runs 100 RF a tick, again, and it will separate the molten stone from the molten metal. There is basically no way to stop this process. I need a circuit board with a control unit like yesterday. Control upgrade, redstone and stick. Yeah, just do it. Is there anything else I can put on this? 2 hard drives, maybe? Nope, I don't have the iron for hard drives. That's it. Hit it. Weld the board. You now have a control board. Redstone mode disabled. Perfect. So now I can turn this off and not have it drink power forever. These also need more fuel. I don't have to burn coal by the block if I can burn charcoal by the half stack. I'll also just take the rest of this iron, put it in there. And yeah, separating the molten iron from the lava. Not a cheap process. But we're getting to iron. Now we need to think about golem parts. Golem parts. There's a lot here. This doesn't really help us much. I'll just go back to using this. So the first thing we need is a body. There are exactly two bodies, armored and turret. Difference being, turret replaces an armored plate with a weapon. The problem with turret, and it tells you this if I'd gone in to read the entry, is that to operate the turret you need another player riding the golem while you're possessing it. So we need the armored body, which looks simple enough as a golem core surrounded by 3 armored plates. Friends, this is only the beginning of the rabbit hole. Armored plates are made from condensed plates and iron. Condensed plates are made from stone. And then that core requires another quantifier, which you'll remember is the expensive one that requires 2 emitters, a chest, a condensed stone plate, and a thrust unit. The thrust unit is another armored plate, furnaces, and a control circuit. So yeah, we are now in Microcrafting City. But that is why I made all of this cooked stone. We are going to need this. It works. It works with the forge above. It's a very slow machine, and there's no way to make it faster. Typically I make 2, but it's also not a cheap machine. Uh-oh. Power loss is accelerating as the sun is going down. And I can't sleep yet because the sun is not yet fully down. There we go. And this will just slowly bang away, making those condensed stone plates, one after another, after that painstakingly slow animation. the meantime, all the crystal soul bone is ready. So what's funny here is that this is technically double bone if you think about it. Because it started with bone, which we infused soul in, and then that bone and a piece of lapis went into some water to combine, and that got us our blue crystals. So the blue crystal is partly made from lapis and bone. And then we just put the lapis bone crystal on the bone to make more crystal and more bone in the bone. So it's bone crystal, it's bone covered in bone. Double bone bow all the way across the bone. Also, I can see my bed through here. It's unprofessional. And that's not going to be fixed until I have drawers filling up that area. Anyway, this thing's just going to run and run and run. I kind of need to wait for it to do that. What can we do in the meantime? I can make my soul bone helmet. Crystal, 2 circuits, 2 conduits, and more control circuits. More control circuits are going to be important, and I don't have any more blue gems. So we'll make some of those too. How's the power doing? It is okay. It's not the greatest. After this one finishes, I'm going to want to flip that lever off and let my battery recover. You're supposed to be disabled. Okay, there we go. Redstone mode low. Now it's stopped. So we'll let the battery recover. Then we will continue with the iron processing. It'll all be worth it in the end when I have the blocks necessary to make the golem assembler. the iron necessary to make the armored plates. There are still yet more steps to this whole endeavor, but those are later concerns. Also, I kind of want to see if this says whether the souls are consumed when making the soul bone armor. Soul bone armor helmet. Yeah, that's consumed, not just working. Those are the soulbound ring, which is pretty much useless. So this whole thing with the soul bone armor is getting us into the spells that have a maintain cost. In order to support a maintain cost, you need two things. One of them is up in the top left corner, the souls necessary to cast the spell in the first place. And that allows you to produce the effect. To maintain the effect, you need soul bone armor that is tempered with the types of souls that are needed to maintain the effect. The trick is, each piece of armor can only be tempered with a given soul type once. So to run, say, the dig spell with a maintain cost of 3 malleable, you need 3 pieces of soul bone armor, each one tempered with a malleable soul. The true depth of this cost will become evident later. But right now, one of the most important things is repair. 1 benign. And that will allow me to have soul bone armor that constantly self-repairs and is always fine. Now we're making this helmet, and we have all the materials for the helmet. Batteries are full, so we'll get that running again. Sunset though, so I have to go to sleep as soon as the sun sets fully. Alright, the helmet is 4 soul bone and other things. The pants are full 4 soul bone and other things. The shoes are 3 soul bone and other things. So I'm going to prep 2 soul bone in each of those so I can make the helmet and the pants one after another. 2 conduits, a circuit, and a crystal. I don't know if they need to be in the specific order and arrangement, but I tend to put them that way. That is our soul bone helmet. It currently does Basically nothing, aside from look cool and have a defensive value comparable to iron. Now we need 3 conduits and a circuit. Which immediately vanish. The shoes are 3 soulbone, 4 conduits, and a circuit. One, two, three, 4. Poof are gone. I'll take those. Now we have more intimidating looking armor, kind of. Very stylized. And an iron chest plate still. Our old iron armor is basically garbage. Our power reserves are plummeting because it is not daylight. I should probably consider the other generators. Like, a lot. I think that's more than a block's worth of iron, but I don't think it's more than 2 blocks worth of iron. Anyway, old iron armor, junk. I'm also kind of surprised that I was able to build all 3 armor pieces. Yeah, we're still pretty okay on souls. And there are 2 golems over there. So tempting to capture them, but I can't do a thing with them yet. These plates are also done. So I can make some progress on the golem front. A golem core requires a thrust unit, which requires armored plates. We're going to need lots of these armored plates, which are 2 stone plates and 2 iron each. Which means we need this iron to be just done already. But it's just not ready. Also, what can I do with this lava? I can alloy it and make obsidian. And that's about it. Unless I make the liquid generator. And then I can burn the lava for power. But that is a lot of iron that I don't have. So I guess we'll be alloying this lava with water to make obsidian. Right now, though, I'm taking this iron and just putting it in the solidifier. This has now stopped because it can't comprehend how to continue with lava in the tank. did I allow it to continue? My power definitely can't handle both of these machines running at once. We'll use that to manufacture obsidian later. Aha! We have iron. Four of it here. Four of it here. Here come the plates. Iron is coming, but not nearly quickly enough. Another thing we need to do, while I'm waiting for everything, is collect more benign souls, and also, for ridiculous reasons, go fishing. I also want to grab that chicken. Which means I should infuse myself with a couple of benign souls so I can cast Soul Leash. It's only one benign. I could fit that. Repair is also one benign to maintain, so I only need +1 benign to really my stuff going. I should also make that chicken pen. There, chicken. Stop being smaller than grass. You two. Zap. 2 benign souls coming up. Good use of our time while we have 2 slow processes running. Huh. Enderman must have taken that walk. Wrong door. We are adding 1 benign. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This will bring us up to 10. I don't know if we can fit 10 or 12 right now, because I don't know if the immutable soul counts as having been discovered, since we haven't managed to remove one yet. This is predatory. Gourd, spiral, decanter, decanter. Replaced with triple spiral and decanter. Chicken soul away. second chicken soul. Go. We got over 2 stacks of eggs. Sheesh. Our small batch of armored plates is ready. Another iron block is ready. We have power, so I need to keep centrifuging this iron. Adding another processor to it to speed it up might help, but that increases the power draw, which I cannot support. Just gonna have to accept that the process is slow. So our thrust unit, 1 plate, 1 circuit, 2 furnaces. A soul from the machinery above activates it. There's our thrust unit. Into Golem Core. Thrust unit, plate, chest, quantifier. Thrust unit, condensed plate, chest, and the quantifier is just a tricky construction made of a whole bunch of garbage. 2, 4, 5 control circuits, because emitters. So 2 emitters and 2 emitters. I'm sorry, 2 control circuits, 2 crystals, 2 redstone. That's our emitters. And we need a circuit and a yellow crystal. And the yellow crystal would be a gating resource if we didn't have such a big crystal farm. In order to make this mod as painless as possible, you really need to recognize that Minecraft only has 2 answers to the question, how much of any given resource do you have? There are only 2 valid answers to that question. Not enough, and enough that I never have to think about it again. That's it. Those are the answers. Now, for the armored body, do the core and 3 armored plates. Good news. 3 armored plates is what we have. Power is also falling rapidly again because it's nighttime. I need to fix that. We just don't have enough power generation. to feed these machines. But we now have a golem body. That is piece 1 of 6. It all hinges on having more iron. I don't know why there are Endermen snapping around my area, but they need to either stick around and die or get the heck out. Because the teleporting noise is getting on my nerves. Shoo. This creeper was here the whole time. Now he isn't. Yep, not the body. Gunpowder. These seeds are garbage. Burn it all. No, I'm not going to take the iron yet. Oh yeah, and my soulbone stuff is beginning to take damage. So, I wasn't kidding. I need to spend some time fishing. Why do I need to fish? Isn't that a completely ridiculous non sequitur? Well, it absolutely is. The issue is, I actually need fish. Because to temper the soulbone helmet with a benign soul costs 2 raw fish and a raw salmon. There is nothing in this mod pack that allows for automated fishing. So I'm going to need something like 10 fish and 5 salmon to temper everything. And that is the one of the 2 types of fish that we can't even use. So that's a fantastic start to our fishing adventure. I think it's going faster with me standing on this lily pad. Or maybe I just got lucky twice. I just got lucky. We're also fishing in a swampland biome, which may be influencing the drop table a bit. A river or an ocean would be better. But we throw our line in the water we have, not the water we want. Where's the sun? There. I heard the bobber go down, and I didn't miss it. I didn't catch it, because I was looking around for that stupid orb. Cube. Only in Minecraft is the Earth truly flat. Because it's a square. These squid are also overly curious. I'm pretty sure this was from back before the squid had an AI. So if I hit them, they don't run, and they don't squirt ink. They just kind of derp around, moving randomly, and sometimes strangle themselves by moving onto land. I think one more raw fish will do it for now. It's not all the fish I need, but it's all the fish I'm willing to put up with for the moment. Ah, I got impatient and pulled it before it actually hit the bobber. I'm just getting concerned about the battery back home. Come on, show me a bubble trail. I think this cast is a dud. Nope, here we go. There's the last fish. For now. Yank myself out of here. Power is pretty bad. So put that on pause. Let that regenerate a bit. Now for tempering. We have 2 salmon and 4 fish, which will allow us to temper our shoes and the leggings. Which we should have the benign souls for. Oh yeah, brings our stock down, but we can handle it. And now we cast Repair to put that 1 benign soul to work, and already our soulbone stuff is fully fixed. It will not repair the iron, I don't think. But our soulbone armor is now in top form and will remain that way as long as I keep 1 benign soul dedicated to the purpose. For my next trick, give me more iron blocks. And I'm going to go hunting for skeletons and things. Perfect. Give me your bones. Zombies, leave me be. That's a skeleton. He's armored, but he's still got a bow. The armor didn't matter. Everything falls before the might of the electric sword. Ow. How dare. We are collecting loads of arrows like this, which I'm not too keen on. Also a ridiculous surplus of bows. How many bows does one man need? We even got rotten flesh to sell to the clerics. And huzzah! Iron. most notably, enough iron to make our golem fabricator. That is now 2. 2 of the 7 pieces required to actually build a golem. More iron is still required. Our power is regenerating. We are running out of charcoal. Let's use this surplus birch to address the charcoal problem. And burn that. Soul Shard still hasn't gained a level yet. Okay. So what we need to spin the crystal thing is a golem claw arm. This is not negotiable. This is the arm necessary to perform the action on the synthetic synthesizer thing that it said required more strength than any mortal man possessed. So that's a diamond shovel. And a golem shoulder. Golem shoulder is made from a golem joint. Golem joint is made from stone and a piston. Guess how many joints we'll need? Well, obviously we'll need 2 shoulders, but joints also go into legs. And that is 1 or 2 legs, depending on what kind of leg you want. You can also mix and match legs, which gets kind of hilarious. So let's go leg shopping. Golems, parts. Plate, leg, and a joint, shoulder, armored body. Okay, here are the 3 legs: leap, sprint, and candle. The leap leg. Slower moving, but allows multiple jump thrusts. This is a double jump leg. The sprint leg. Faster overland speed. And the candle leg. Places torches from its internal inventory automatically. Which is pretty nifty. For our purposes, I'm thinking 1 sprint and 1 leap leg. So I have all the forward mobility I could ask for, and then enough vertical mobility. So it's a double jointed leg, and the sprint leg has a joint. So that's 3 joints. And each shoulder is another joint. So that's 5 joints. This is also getting to be a lot of pistons, you'll note. Five joints just means 5 pistons, among other things. So let's get those pistons made. And then the 5 pistons are supplemented with a bunch of condensed stone plates. Which I clicked one too many times on. That'll make our 5 joints. Power is full. This is not going to run while it has lava. So we'll take the lava, put it back in the alloyer. We'll have to add some water here at some point. And then eventually I'll have either spare lava or spare water, and I won't know what to do with it. That should be falling. Whatever. Not important. Our joints are jointing. Now over here by this. We have our chicken enclosure at the ready, which will just add immensely to the noise of this region. Let me get my instruments, and we'll prepare for the Zafkiel waltz. Flute drum. As part of that, I think we'll take some saplings. And we don't want these saplings to actually grow. As the Zafkiel waltz also turns saplings in the area into red cedar saplings. Is that important? I don't know. But I do know that red cedar trees are very annoyingly shaped. And then we're going to take these 2 stacks of eggs and prepare for a chicken-based population explosion. Bear in mind, this version of Minecraft predates cramming limits. Now that was flute drum. On future versions of Minecraft, from this one's perspective anyway, when you actually have an offhand, this mod still exists, and you can have one instrument in each hand and play them both at once. My drum is played out. Hopefully the rattle can finish it. It should be able to. There's the waltz. Our saplings have become transmuted. Our chickens are chickening at a very rapid rate. And the populations inside the enclosure should also be exploding because their carrots won't stop growing in the corner nearest to the totem. Well, the waltz is ended, and I now have a new type of tree. And a pen stuffed with benign souls in the making. Not every egg changed, but certainly enough of them did. Now I just forgot to include a way to get in and out of there. But I guess I don't need to go in or out. The chickens are going to mill around right at the wall. The benign soul stock is very low. Power reserves are empty. This thing is empty, so this has to be turned off because it just can't run anymore. I can do something with these trees. The birch planks can be put away. And I just need daybreak. So these zombies die off, and I can start earning power from my solar panels. Yeah, get lost. Get lost and get catapulted into the sky. That's the benign soul combination. I need more benign stone as well. So this chicken can get banished into the soul terror. And the next chicken... Yep, the stone's been converted. So we turn that off. Pull the next chicken. And he goes into the soul well. benign stone back to use as a marker for the benign combination slot. Things are moving along nicely, but there's a long way to go yet. Mostly, again, because of the iron problem. We have our joints, though, which may allow me to make legs. So we wanted a sprint leg, 2 armored and a normal plate, and a joint. That's all the plates necessary for the sprint leg. So there's still not enough iron, and there's also not enough stone plates. So we also need to cook more stone. How much more stone? I have no idea. Our sprint leg is 2 armored plates, a condensed plate, and a joint. Also, the way this block works at all is that it's very, very sided. You take the output by right-clicking the top face, and you insert items by right-clicking each of the side faces. And it does matter which side of the block you are pointing at. Which is honestly rather remarkable for, for a mod this far back in terms of Minecraft versions. I've got our golem fabricator, and tempting as it is to place it right against a wall, that would prevent us from being able to access the inventory behind it. So I'm going to stick it right here. So I can access the golem from the front and the golem's inventory from the back, and it gives some use to this space here. So we have an armored body and a leg. And that's it. That's as far as we've gotten so far. Still need a leg, both arms, and some kind of head. There's an armored head, a repair head, and a suction head. The armored head is exactly what it sounds like. It gives the golem additional armor. The repair head allows the golem to slowly heal all by itself. And the suction head gives it some item magnetism. Let's look into those a little more deeply. So we have the armored head. Increases the amount of damage the golem can endure. Involves an anvil. That just increases its max HP. The repair head slowly repairs the golem. Involves an enchantment table. And the suction head sucks nearby items into the golem's inventory. Involves an ender chest. So these are all perfectly valid heads with different utilities. The armored head is for more of a combat profile. The repair head, I guess, also a combat profile, but more of a hit and run kind of deal. And the suction head is for more of a harvesting item collection profile. I think there's a small problem with my stream on the stream side, maybe. We'll just refresh that, make sure nothing's going wrong with it. No, everything's fine. It's just an error on my end. I think I'll give it the suction head because I always have the mad idea that I can use this thing to mine with. And it never works. It just never works because it only has a chest's worth of inventory. So maybe I should give it the repair head instead and have it kind of like a part combat, part utility profile. No matter what kind of head, we're going to need a golem oculus, which is 2 yellow gems for eyes, a control circuit, and a condensed stone plate. So that, at least, is not expensive at all. At least, not really. We have the 2 gems, we have the plate, we have the circuit. And it looks like our final condensed stone plate has just finished condensing. So we have 2 eyes, a circuit, and a single plate. And that gives us our golem eyeballs that we can then upgrade into one of the 3 heads. Eyeballs, 2 plates, enchantment table. It's a weird ingredient, but I suppose magic is magic when you're speaking the language of Minecraft. Table, oculus, 2 plates. You also make the leap leg? No, need armored plates for that. And for that, we are, once again, completely out of iron. And not making energy because it's night. But we have a head now. Our golem continues to take shape. We just need a leg and 2 arms. And one of those arms has to be a diamond shovel arm. So that's it. There's the diamond shovel arm. This with the golem hammer arm, which is a diamond pickaxe, and the golem battle axe arm, which is a diamond axe. And you know what? An axe would be pretty interesting because I don't have any other way to have like a ton of axes. We just have vanilla axes. Either way, that's 2 shoulders. That's 4 armored plates for the shoulder, 5, 6 for the leg, 7, 8 for the claw arm, 9, 10 for the axe arm. So we need 6 more condensed plates. Which is 24 stone, because it takes 4 stone to make one of those plates. So we'll get some more stone cooking. Get these plates going. Make the diamond axe. And we still need, I believe, 20 iron to armor all those plates. And I think this isn't running because I turned it off, right? Right. I turned it off because power was bad. And that, I think, is where we're going to leave it for the day. We have made incredible strides toward our new golem friend. He's over halfway done. Maybe I can throw this thing together before we finish off. That's a soul relay and a quantifier. Maybe not. Maybe we'll do that tomorrow. Because, yeah, I wanted to close down for 5 today. We are a little bit over. But that is fine. We've got our 20 condensed plates. We're ready to make this. We're ready to finish our limbs. And the fact that I have all these joints tells me which limbs I want to make. So we are in an excellent place for continuing this tomorrow. Head down here, close out in our little inner sanctum, and I'll see you all next time.